Hello, everybody. This is your host, Odd Job Entertainment. Let's play the outro. I need to get myself a longer outro because that didn't give me enough time to do the setup that I need to do. Have you guys ever had to write a really stupid email? Like one that you feel like would be so obvious that you would never ever have to write it, but you find yourself having to write that email? I just had one of those moments, so I am running a little behind. So please bear with me. All right, let's see. Now I should be able to turn on the camera. We're getting there. Deactivate, activate. Hey, look at that. You can see my face. Turn that on. Do the cool RGB lighting. Turn on the soft light. Hey, look at that. It actually looks somewhat professional. Oh, yeah, today has been a bit stressful, to say the very least. But that's okay. We got some cool things to talk about today. Before we get started, I do need to share my links to everything. I am triple streaming on YouTube, Twitch, and Rumble. So you have all these different options of where you can watch me. That's part of an ongoing effort to diversify the channel, try to make it as convenient for you guys as possible. And apparently Twitch gives much better quality, which is odd because Twitch doesn't give me it's not uncapped like everything else is. It gives me a limit of, I think it's 5,000 bits per second. But everything else, it's pretty much uncapped. So kind of weird, but it is what it is, I suppose. There we go. Update the Discord. So last time we were looking at some modifications for the G502X. We've made a lot of progress off camera. Let me show you what I got so far. So this is the bottom of a G502. I've done a lot of work to take measurements from the original shell and copy them over to the CAD model. I've been able to test it, and it does work. This is a simplified version of the same model you're seeing. And if I grab our bottom PCB, I can show you how it looks with our little test fit. So the key things that we're looking for here is how well do those screw holes line up, and they're actually looking pretty good. Let's see, can it focus that close? It's really fighting me, isn't it? So it's looking pretty good. This can be assembled And I showed on the YouTube channel how that looks. I did a post last night, really late. Was definitely up later than I should have been. This one here. So this was actually fully assembled from the perspective of the PCBs. This is your side PCB, top PCB, and then the bottom PCB you can just kind of make out here. And with all that put together, we've got a net weight of 28 grams. So still doing pretty good on the G502 diet. But it needs to actually be usable as a mouse. And that's kind of where we are at right now, is trying to bring in that utility. So from this shape, I then threw in a derived part of the G502. This comes from a gentleman who made 3D scans of most of the popular mice out there and uploaded it to printables. Let's see if I can find them again, because this has saved my bacon and it is very nice. Here we go. Scout 339. So if you go through the files he has here, he's got all kinds of stuff. But specifically for what we need, it's got Logitech, and he's got the G502X. So using that, I did a couple things. One, I took the STL, imported that directly into Onshape, and then using that, I was able to trace the bottom and create a new outline for our bottom shell. And then if we hide this, by simply merging it in the right order, we get this to merge in such a way that it still has the lightning feature. Lightening, not lightning, not like bzz, more like a cheese grater cuts all these holes out of it, which is a really cool custom feature that someone made for Onshape. All it really does, if I roll it back to just before this, I have this hexagonal cutout here, and then using this fill pattern feature that someone developed, you simply tell it what the boundary is. So by selecting the top face of our thing here, it's going to work itself around all the screw posts, the switch cutout. It doesn't cut out any of those things, because we do still need those for structural reasons. And you give it a direction via the plane. So I just have the right plane here. You tell it how you want it to spread it out. So like if I do square, it'll reorganize and do a square pattern. But since we're doing hexagonal cutouts, ooh, looks so good. Those hexagons, really nice. And then you tell it how far away you want them to be from the border and between each other. So this is with 4.5 millimeter spacing. If I make this 5, we can let that recalculate, and it does that. So doing a little bit of guessing and checking, like if I set it to 4, we'll get a lot more cutouts that way, but I start to worry about the structural rigidity of the assembly. If I take this guy apart, we're already pretty flexible with how much we're cutting out. So I've got a couple options. I could cut more out of the bottom and then add more struts to support it, or I could leave it as is for now, which is what I think I'm probably going to do. So set that back to 4.5. And this is with the 4.5, by the way. So that cheese grater pattern is, those bars between them is already pretty thin. So I don't know that we want to make that much thinner. We're kind of splitting hairs at that point. Like, is it really going to cut out that much more weight? And is the sacrifice to rigidity worth it? So for now, I'm going to leave it at 4.5, and then we're going to add some more supports to make this usable. I'm going to start with the mouse today because I want to get this printing so that we can then focus on the keyboard. And I've got lots of stuff to show you guys when that comes into play. We've got some Qi charging coils here. You can just get these off of Amazon. And then I've got a under desk mount wireless charger. Now, if this were a normal wireless keyboard, I'd have no concerns at all. Like, I know this is going to work. Other people have done it. The special consideration here is I'm using a Keychron keyboard that has Hall effect key switches, and I'm not sure that those are going to not be affected by the wireless charging. It does create an electromagnetic field, and that could cause some issues with the Hall effect switches. I'm hoping not, but I won't really know that until I test it. And the other thing that I did with that STL is I printed a mock-up so that as I have this in my hand, I can see what I like, what I don't like about it. After taking apart the mouse that I'm making this out of, I realized, it would be pretty nice to be able to still reference that shape and get an idea as to how it feels in the hand. So now I have a dummy mouse. So let's get into it. Let me show you some of the other parts I've got here. I've gone through and modeled some rough cutouts for all the PCBs, and these are at least accurate enough that the screw holes all line up. So we're doing good in that respect. There's still a lot more detail that I could put on these, but at this point I don't feel like it's very necessary. The exception to that would be the switches for the top of this PCB and the side of this one. But as long as I know that this PCB is held in place, there's not really a whole lot that I need to do with that besides just making sure that I accommodate spaces for the cables to go through the mouse. So as long as I keep that in mind, I should be good, but I don't really need to know where all the capacitors and resistors are. With the top PCB, I'm thinking it would be good to have at least a block out for the button switches, because those will be pretty helpful for figuring out tolerances for stuff like this later. This is one of the main clicker panels. Whew. So yeah, all that to say, I've been doing a lot of work on this off stream, but I'm thinking it looks pretty good. There is another custom feature that I used for making this mid-plane section, and you can see I've got some pretty rough support structures here. I was going one part aesthetics and another part trying to get what I think would be helpful structurally. So crossing any large spans and connecting screw hole to screw hole. I think that those kinds of things will be helpful for making this a little more rigid. But I didn't do any kind of simulation to figure out where these struts should be. I really just went to town on it and tried to make something that looks good and looks right. So I used the lighten feature to hollow this out, and then I used the rib feature to project these ribs down. So I do want to show that because that's a pretty cool feature. The sketch that these are all derived from are literally just lines. And then when we go into this rib, you select all the lines that you want to turn into structural supports. You give it a width, and you tell it how to orient them. And then it just extrudes a section that matches those dimensions down onto the part that you tell it to. So I did that here for that face, and then I also did that on this side over here. When I printed this mid-plane, I found that this part in particular was very, very flimsy, and it wasn't holding the PCBs rigidly enough in place. So I added these two supports. There's one here, and then there's one here. And that should hopefully tie everything together a little more to make things a little more rigid. And the cool part about a piece like this is a perfect example of something that would be very hard to make with traditional manufacturing methods, but at the same time is super easy for a 3D printer. And you know, we're doing all this work to make the G502 lighter. The G502 is not a bad mouse. I think Logitech could have done a lot more to make it lighter from the factory, but you know, that's not to say that that makes the mouse bad, right? Like, it's still a really good mouse. But I have access to a lot of tricks that they don't, because they're making a mass manufactured part. It has to adhere to a lot of different standards, and it has to be something that's going to be robust and reliable. I know how rough I am with my mice, and I know that if I'm making a skeletonized mouse, I have to treat it with some tender loving care. So I'm prepared to make that compromise. But if you're making a mass manufactured product, this is giving up a lot in terms of reliability, durability, and resilience that you're just not willing to make if you're a company like Logitech. So it's just a different ball game, really. But that's where we're at with this. I haven't eaten all day, so I am gonna eat some food. Thankfully, there is some new content from the Star Citizen channel that I wanted to review with you guys. They are releasing some new ships, so let's take a look at those. Oh, and for this, I do actually need to have the headphones on. Just set those down. Also, I don't know what I did, but I was pulling a bin towards me, and I felt like a weird popping sensation. Like I was pulling, and then like right here, I felt like a pop, and it feels like weak. So I don't know. I might be babying about that all night too. Yeah, literally eating at the moment too, because I haven't yet. Two peas in a pod, right, Wills? Ah, crap. I turned on the side tone for my headphones. Now everything sounds weird. How do I turn that off? I don't know if you guys have ever had this experience, but like if you clean out your ears really well, it feels like you're hearing things that just you just never think about. One time I had a compacted eardrum, which is just when you get a bunch of wax in your ear and you get it cleaned out, and then all of a sudden, like the next day, you're like listening to fabric rubbing around. It's like, makes sound. I'm like, of course it does, but you just don't really think about it. And that's kind of what side tone feels like. I don't like it. Might need to test and see if it's catching the desktop audio again, lol. All right, let's play a video we don't care about today then.
For prosperity to finally put an end to this violence.
How we looking, Wills? We got audio? It's the weirdest thing, because on the OBS side, it says that everything's fine. But if you guys don't hear it, it's usually you have to tell me, and then I have to like re-add the source. Okay, good. We are catching audio. What are we eating today, you ask? I got myself a salad from Pollo Loco. Trying to watch these curvaceous figure of mine. So, double Pollo Fit Bowl. Do they have Pollo Loco where you're at, Wills? Trying not to spill, balancing it on my foot. Not my best plan. All right, this is about to become an ASMR channel. Ready for this? Let's see. I wonder what Pollo Loco spread actually is. Pollo Loco. Never allow. Can you just let me... Okay, locations. Here we go. Click to view map. It wants me to enable location services. I don't want to do that. Let's type Colorado. I mean, I live in Utah. Maybe it's just a Utah thing. It's good. It's all they do is chicken. Actually, that's not true. Sometimes they do other things. They have like special items. Like they'll do birria, carne asada. But we got a new Super Hornet. You guys want to buy some tile? Or rent a car?
The Super Hornet Mark II is a fighter from Anvil Aerospace. Super Hornet Mark.
This is my second watch through this. Oh, okay. There's like one frame where you can see it clearly. Are those missiles? Does the turret gunner in the Super Hornet get access to missiles? Because that'd be kind of cool.
Anvil Aerospace. It's not replacing the old Mark I. The old Mark I is still going to exist and it's going to be in the verse. So players who own the Mark I are going to keep their Mark I. This is an upgrade if you want to go that direction.
So the Super Hornet Mark II is the Super Hornet Mark I, beefed up to take on all the stylings of the new Mark II Hornet. So the F7A MK2, this is the F7CM MK2, so it's in that family. It's a new generation of Hornets.
It has an extended nose in order to accommodate the second pilot, the co-pilot.
It's got 2 seats.
I'm really upset they didn't show the co-pilot getting in, because I want to see how that works.
So you've got a co-pilot sitting
Fighter
behind
crane.
you. So the ship itself is a little bit longer. The wings are a little bit sleeker. And the tail wings are also a little bit longer as well. And in addition to that, we've got bigger weapons on the ball turret on top of it.
It's got a remote turret and a lot of guns and packs a lot of firepower. You should consider flying a Super Hornet Mark II if you want a fighter that you can fly solo, but you want to be able to bring another player, another friend along with you. You want them to be able to contribute to the battle as well.
Which has always been the weird thing about the Super Hornet Mark 1. And something I really have not liked about it is if you have a co-pilot, you lose access to the turret weapons. But if you go without a co-pilot, those just fire wherever the pilot is looking. So they essentially become slaved to you. And the effect of that essentially makes it so that there's never a reason to bring a co-pilot with you, because why would I want to give up that extra firepower if I can just use that myself? And if you have two people that both own Super Hornets, it's much more effective to bring two Super Hornets than it is to have one person get in the other Super Hornet, or, you know, to pair up, right? So I think it will be interesting to see how they address that with the Mark II, because if they keep it the same, I think this is really just a solo ship, even though they say, well, you could bring someone with you.
The Heartseeker Mark I was a variant. It is no longer a variant for the Super Hornet Mark II. It is now a paint, and the package comes with a mount. So the mount is going to be an all-in-one package that comes with a bespoke gun and
I'm
the
pretty
turret
excited
mount
about this. This
as
looks
well.
pretty cool.
So the bespoke gun is going to be a ballistic Gatling type weapon, but it has two barrels.
I like that popping
I
sound it makes
actually
too.
like the new breakup for the paints on it. That just kind of like on the nose, it has this nice breakup for the colors. They use the same paints. You can apply one paint across any of the Mark IIs, but I think they look better on the Super Hornet.
I actually do
No,
like
the
that we
paints
have
look
a
better on
different
the more
pattern
expensive ship.
set up on the exterior, and specifically, I really do like the new Heartseeker. I think the breakup that was done for that looks really, really cool. I like that we added a bit of sort of metallic paint flake to the pink, so it's not just a flat color like the original one does. And the weapon is just really cool, man. Once you start seeing the double barrels spinning up, you feel very, very powerful using that thing.
So, pretty good. I'm pretty excited for it. I think it'll be a cool addition. Choking on a leaf. This salad's gonna kill me. Oh, my eyes are watering. You almost watched me die on screen. Wow. Whew. I was going to say, with the caveat that I still want to see how they address the issue of it being another Super Hornet. Are they still going to have it be where the pilot has access to the turret? I think the simple answer, even though I think a lot of people don't want to hear that, is just make it so that no, the turret is never accessible to the pilot. Because you still have quite a bit of firepower in a Super Hornet flying alone. And it's the only ship that does that. So I think that it would be sensible to just say, it's a turret weapon. if you want to be able to use it as a pilot, you need to do the right mods to get that, because that is something that has been talked about, being able to add AI blades and to slave a turret to the pilot. So that's something that they could do, but I think that that would be the easiest way to fix it. Now you have a friend in the diamond business. The Shane Company at the corner of State Street and 7200 South. Open weekdays till 8, Saturdays till 5, closed Sunday. Online at shaneco.com. If you are a guy and you've grown up in Utah, that jewelry company is on every radio station. And you, like, everyone I know that is born and raised here could probably recite that from memory.
You know I love you, right?
It is kind of funny that it pops up right before a Valentine's Day themed commercial.
I know that you love this.
Oh, that's so
I've
hot.
been to Rome and Venice, New York, golf and tennis, but I get lost finding my way to your heart. Now that you know.
That's probably going to be a DMCA strike. Oh, shoot, that shows it.
Now that you know.
All right, so there you go. The co-pilot window opens up. Now, I think they're cheating a little bit because I think the angles would not allow an actual smooth opening like that. But it's a video game. It doesn't need to be that realistic. I'm just a nerd like that because I'm finishing up my engineering degree, and I look at stuff like that. It's like, how would that work in reality? The clearances on a window like that would be pretty tough. So cute. I think that's a fun commercial. This is good. When two people really like each other, they go on a murderous rampage against pirates. You get a like, sir. What do other streamers do when they need to eat? I should probably start watching some other streamers so I can like steal their tricks. Because they can't just run off of G Fuel, right? But on the flip side, Wills, yes, the Scorpius does feel a little underpowered compared to a Hornet. But you're not supposed to fly it solo. You're supposed to fill up your cockpit with a buddy. Got to fill up that co-pilot seat. And then once you do that, I think it's a really good ship. I should probably do a stream sometime where I just make assets for the channel. We'll do like a live drawing of a we'll be right back asset. But see, that would have kind of sucked today, because that would have been like right at the start of the stream. Maybe I should just make it official and turn the channel into a mukbang channel. Now that Nikocato's all healthy again, he's left a very big hole in the space. Which, that whole story is crazy to me. Like, the dude was intentionally eating himself into a coma, and then secretly loses a ton of weight, gets so much healthier, starts hitting the gym super hard, and we don't know the whole time it's going on. Like, that is such a wild story. It's like an anime protagonist or anime. I don't know. He kind of presents himself like the antagonist. It's like, what does he say? He says, like, no matter what, I'm always one step ahead. Like, the line hits pretty hard, but dang, dude. Does the Scorpius do something different with its landing gear speed? Is it faster than other ships or something? Hmm. If I remember right, it does trade a little bit of the agility for faster acceleration, right? Let's take a look here. We've been talking Hornet, so let's take a look at it compared to a Hornet. Super Hornet. And a normal Hornet. All right, where is it? This doesn't say acceleration, does it? Huh. Letting me down, Urkel. Thought this was going to say the acceleration values. All right. Done eating. Let's get some work done. It's killing me though. I do want to know the answer to the question. Does the Scorpius have higher acceleration? Okay, here we go. Main acceleration. Okay, is it... What does the parentheses mean? Let's just use this first value, 13.6 compared to 10.8. And if we use a different ship, so F8 is slower. Let's look at the RSI Zeus. Though I'm pretty sure I already know the answer. That one's quite a bit slower. Excuse me. Another fighter. Here we go, a buck. So buck is higher. So back to the mouse. Snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Oh, so anyways, let's hide some of these that aren't very helpful. So we're just looking at the bottom plane here. What I'm thinking is literally just adding ribs between these in order to strengthen up the body. Now, I tried this earlier today and it didn't actually work. And the reason why is because the rib feature needs a solid surface to connect to. Oh. Weird pressure taking those off. It's like my jaw can move again. And because we have all these cheese grater holes, it causes some issues with the rib feature. So what I tried to do was move these to be after the fill pattern or before, and it still wasn't working. So what I think I want to do instead is let's bring this contour up a little bit so that it matches the, since I have this model, let's just use that. There we go. That way. So I don't know how well that's showing on camera, but if we build up the bottom plate so that it comes up to where I've Sharpied right here, I think that that will be tall enough that it will give us some added rigidity. And that will be a nice height to spawn all our support structure from. So to do that, let's figure out how tall this bit is. That's 2.7 millimeters. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a plane that's 2.7 millimeters from the bottom of the mouse. Flip that offset so it's over here. And I wish there was a way that I could just literally take a slice of the model here. But this is one of the areas where geometric and parametric modeling don't mix super well. To be fair, Onshape is handling all these polygons super well. If I tried to load this up in SolidWorks, my computer would be pooping its pants. It would not be handling it nearly as smoothly, but whatever Onshape is doing, it's working great. But I can't interact with this geometry the same way that I can with the parametric stuff I've already modeled. So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of use this ghost outline to get an approximation of the shape. And we're trying to keep the essence of the G502, but we already know it's not going to look exactly like this. Or, I guess, exactly like this. We're already going to be making a lot of concessions on the design in order to make it lightweight. So it doesn't need to be perfect. It needs to be good enough. So let's create our sketch. And what if I make you guys coincident with each other? Is that going to play nice with what I'm trying to do? It is. Cool. Let's round that up to 28. And how far can we take this point down? Oh, you know what I should do? I should make that guy stay visible. So this is the Sketch 2 is what I used to make the new bottom plate. So having it visible should allow me to copy some stuff from it. And see, because of the contour of the default mouse, our ghost line goes way out here. But I think for our purposes, I'm just going to keep it somewhat like an offset of the original bottom plate here. The reason why I'm not doing just purely an offset is because the geometry does change a little bit. We'll keep that straight coming down along here. And one of the tricks I've learned when you're trying to copy someone else's homework like this is don't make relations to geometry that you're not sure is going to exist in the future. What I mean by that is I could set all of these lines with relations to the second sketch I did, but if I did that and if I change anything about the second sketch, all those changes are going to affect something that I do with sketch 24, and because everything is still in flux quite a bit, I might not be happy with how that limits me. So instead, I want to have everything be self-referential in this case. So that I keep a little more design control. So for example, here, setting these angles now makes these two arcs defined, except for this last point here. But if I change anything about these, or if I go and change sketch 2, it's not going to affect these lines here, which is, that's what I want. I'm going to cut that back actually a little bit. I'm not quite ready for those lines to be there. Next, I want to get that line about where it should be. And again, we're looking at this line between the darker orange and I guess the less saturated orange. The G502 has this little lip that comes out and kind of pushes the geometry out, but we're skipping that for now. Now I can lock this line in place by setting an angle here. That's how I did it with the first sketch. It's not biting me yet, so I'm going to keep doing it. What that does do, though, is small changes in angle can have a pretty big impact to where your final point ends up. Maybe that little decimal point in the 45 was more important than I realized. Come back here now. Now we're back on the line, so I suppose we'll keep that. Whoa! What did we do there, Batman? I was just supposed to be 65. I must have typed more than I wanted to. Let's do Shift O. I'm gonna set. Okay, I guess it's not sketch 2 that I wanted. Where's the sketch that I want? Oh, it's this one. Can I make you concentric? I can if I get rid of that relation. Does that still look good? Don't think it does. Can I make you guys co-radial? Co-radial would just make two objects have the same. Oh, I could just make them equal. That's right. That's how Onshape does it. So E for equal, click that, and that. Now they have the same radius, which is closer to what I wanted. Just gotta trim this back a little bit. Try 60. Okay, too little. Still needed a little more. Call that good enough. Set this parallel with that. Okay, it's actually bugging me. I need to make it a little better. Ha! Look at that. That's so good. And let's try co-radial here. Okay. Okay, that was on me. I definitely typed the wrong number. So I think it needs to be just a little shorter. Just a little longer. $53.4. That looks pretty good. Okay, we're almost back around. Why are you not happy? Oh, because you are not tangent. You guys parallel, that should fix you. Make you guys parallel. Get closer. And I think I'm gonna set these guys equal so that we have kind of a even transition. Then if we just set it for one of you guys, there we go. All right. That is first part of the sketch done. Now, the next part is a little easier. We just take an offset of everything. Can only offset a single. I'm only asking you to do a single chain at once. What do you mean? Go through and click the items we want to offset. By default, it sets it to 5 millimeters, which is way more than we want. So you click once, then set it to what we actually want. And we see, for the most part, did pretty good. All right, but it did still screw up that corner and that corner. What does 3 look like? 3 looks pretty good. Let's call it 3. So now remember, this sketch is floating a few millimeters above our bottom plane, like so. So for now, let's hide this. So let's hide that. We don't need this plane visible anymore. Now let's create a sketch on the top face here. And we're going to go through and select the outer edges. Foot fell asleep. Oh my gosh. Pins and needles, pins and needles. Go through and select these edges. Like so. And, bet you can't guess what we're going to do next. We're going to offset. And this time it does let me do the selection I wanted to, which is nice. So now we have a plane, or we have a sketch that exactly matches what we have in the geometry, and we have one that's floating above it that's expanded a little bit. So what we can do is we can loft between those. And we can create some complex geometry pretty quickly that way. So let's grab that one and that one. And you should be working. Why are you not working? I am confused because this should just be working. Oh, okay, that might be it. All right, let's do a little bit of inspection before we try it again. Lofting will break if you don't have the same number of vertices to merge between. So a corner like what we had just missed can cause issues. So just want to make sure that all of our offsets look good. That should be working. I'm a little confused. Let's see if I'm doing something wrong. Let's pull up the Onshape official tutorial. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes. Right there. Okay, that's not helping me yet, but I think I might have an idea. Let's just do the... Just give me that red border. I don't like that. Okay, I've got an idea. Let's just create... I'm gonna duplicate these sketches super quick. I know of another way to get what I want. Okay, so we've got that one. Okay, so now we've got another sketch that matches the contour that we wanted. And we've got a simplified one. Okay, so that's kind of working. It is still a little wonky because we're getting a bit more cupping than I wanted there. But otherwise, I think it looks fairly good. You can see that I made it a little more rounded on the bottom face than I did the top. So that might be something we want to change too. And then we can use the lighten command to trim out more of this. But that doesn't give us quite the result we want, does it? That's created something kind of weird. So let's not do that. We can try shell command. That gets us closer. Let's explain why it's not working for me. Why? What if I do lighten to this now? Nope, still doesn't work. Okay, okay. That could work. Yeah, that could do it. But the loft should be working. I'm gonna go for those guys. See what other people have done to solve it. Oh, I wonder what this guy is working on. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, so it could be saying that my geometry needs a little bit of cleanup. Not wrong. Get rid of that. Didn't like that, did it? Come on. I make these guys concentric? Yes, I can. Cool. Then I can push you back. Draw that line again. Bring back the mouse, take a look at what we got here. Okay, so basically we can make it worse or we can leave it how it is as far as matching the contour. I think I'm going to leave it like that. Doesn't want me creating. Oh, you know what? I don't need that. You can actually just set these guys to be tangent, and then they're good. Okay, so now it's slightly more rounded out. That might help. Okay, why are you fighting me? Hmm. Okay, I've got another trick I can try. Let's see if we can do this with a sweep. Okay. Okay, I'm going to try to loft one more time. No, it's just not happy. Not having it. Okay, so let's do this then. Not quite. Pierce. That's what I want. This might give me some really weird results, so I'm not sure this is gonna do what I want. But we sweep that. Yeah, see, it's not moving things over enough. It's not going to be consistent because it's just going to be whatever that same shape was. So that is not going to work. But what we can do is we can bring these guys back, and we can do the loft with them and just break it up into a few smaller steps. For instance, we know that it gets wonky back here at the back. We can add some guide curves there. What's the hotkey for Pierce? Shift G? Okay. We could do that. We can do the same thing from the front side. This guy can go away because he's not helpful. Okay. Now we can loft between these guys. And that creates our wonky loft that we're not super happy with. But now we can select our guides and force it to behave a little better. Why are you out in the middle of nowhere? That shouldn't be the case. And can you do 3D sketches? Not exactly. I don't like how it's behaving right here. It's... Just like that. Oh, I can do this. Create a plane between these guys. These. And then I can create a sketch. Why can't you be used? Okay, let me do coincident. Okay, I'll be right back. Gonna take a quick bio break. Okay, so now I'm done with that sketch. Now I want to create another plane between these lines. Okay. Think that's good. Now we move all of these above loft 2. And it breaks because of the references we picked. Dang it. Let's show that one and that one. There we go. We just need to make it so that it's, instead of referencing the geometry, it's referencing the sketches. Like so. Oh, those guys went way out there, didn't they? Okay, now we can add these as guides. And it helps tidy up the geometry a little bit. Ah, look at that. It's so good. Now this looks cleaner. I still want to fix it. Yeah, because see how it does. Yeah, it's still weird there. But we can fix it. And it's a little different the way that from how the plane creation works in SolidWorks. So I'm kind of learning on the fly a little bit. But I think if I can just connect this dot to this dot, that'll pull all of this into the way that I want it. So I think what I can do is I can define this with 3 points. That point, wait, let's plan ahead. We'll pick these 3 points. And then I just want to go, boop, boop, done. Finish that, hide that, put you up here. Oh, shoot. Okay, that's what I was upset with. All right, then. Ha! Look how good it looks. What? I should. I was doing this. I wasn't flipping you off. Rock on, we got it. Yeah. All right, so that is the nice transition we were looking for. So now I can hide these two sketches, bring back the bottom plane. Actually, not yet. Now let's try and lighten you. Ah, it still works weird. What if I do this one? That kind of works. That is at least usable. Let's just do that. Okay, then, and you know what? I think that this is actually going to be good because it makes it a little thicker where our fingers are going to be putting some pressure on it. So, you know what? This is a trade-off I'm okay with. So now let's do a Boolean, which is one of my favorite features of Onshape. Select the two things we want to join together. And now they're one part. I'm going to add a chamfer to that edge. Okay. That looks pretty good. Then I'm also going to fillet the joint between them. This part entirely aesthetic. Doesn't really do anything. But it doesn't look like it wants to allow me to do that. Maybe it doesn't really matter. But I want to do it. That should be reason enough, right? Not sure what it's doing here. Mm-hmm. Not sure why this is not working. Oh, maybe face blend. Let's try that again. Yeah, that looks good. Do that. Okay. Okay. That looks like what I want. Okay, let's try that. So you select the two sides you want. And then how do you do that? Select that as a tangent hold line. Hmm. That might be my issue though. Maybe it's not wanting to do the fillet because I have parts that are concave and other parts that are convex. I'm sure there's probably a way to fix this. I'm gonna keep going for now and I'll do some more research off screen. But what I do want to get accomplished so that I can at least get this thing printing is adding some ribs inside of this. So let's create a plane that is offset from this by 1 millimeter. Then we're going to draw on that plane and hide the plane so it's not in my way. And first off, I'm going to extend all of these ribs from the screw posts. I'm going to make those integrate with the rest of the frame here. Nope. Let's go a little further than that. There we go. That'll fix it. That's not crossing. That's good. You know what? I'm actually going to skip that one just because it's really close to this other one. I don't think it's going to help that much. One of these always gets, there it is, get rid of that one. Okay. Okay, so this will add a lot of, let's call this longitudinal support. Now we want to add a little more lateral support. And I'm going to keep this member going all the way through. This is already looking a lot better than what I had originally done. I'm pretty stoked about that. This looks like it's actually going to do something. Let's put one across there and one across there. Whoa. Okay, so now if I just extrude these, going the other way, up to this face, give it some time to calculate, it creates the ribs that we wanted. So now these do... well, hey, you know, we haven't gotten too far, Mr. Arrow. We're still working on the mouse. Happy to see you here, though. Welcome to the stream. We just added some supports to our G502 body. So compared to the rib tool, this does create a few conflict points that I'm not super thrilled about, but I've debated it in my head and I don't think I care that much. You can see that these supports do cross these hexagonal cutouts that we've done, which, I mean, it could look a little better, but I also think that with how dark it's going to look on the inside of this stuff, I don't think that that's going to be very apparent, and I don't think users are going to care all that much. I think what will make the biggest difference is that it's lightweight and it's at least reasonably durable. So I'm going to leave these as is, and I'm going to send this to print. Let's take a look at how... Yeah, it's definitely a little different. Okay, somehow that got kicked way out to the side, didn't it? How did that happen? Yeah, you can create ribs. Let me show you one of the other parts that we have going here. I used a rib feature to make these ribs, So let's see. In that case, what you do is you just draw some lines, and then what it does is it takes the line and offsets it a symmetric distance based off of how you define the rib. So in this case, they're 1 millimeter ribs. And then what it does is it takes that profile and extrudes it onto the face. But what I think is going on is because I have all these hexagonal cutouts, for which one was it? I guess this guy. Because I have all these hexagonal cutouts, it's causing some issues with the rib feature. So that doesn't want to work the way that I had wanted it. The other issue is I like the what I could do is I could do the lightning feature that creates these hexagonal cutouts. I could do that after making the ribs, but then what you'd have is you'd have a solid piece of material here, and then you'd have the hexagons kind of weirdly working around them. And I think from the outside, it's not going to look that good. So I'm okay with this compromise. I think it's going to be fine. Yeah, I'm going to call that part good. Give that the name again. Hey, Wills, welcome back. We got our ribs added. That's kind of all you missed. I think it's looking pretty good. Let's see, what do I... Oh yeah, I was looking at why did that get kicked out so far? So let's come down here. Kidnapped myself into 2 ranked matches of an F. Did you win? Oh, wrong number. Won 1, lost 1, but I topped fragged both matches. Yeah, I mean, I'd say that's a win in my book too. What does that do to our geometry? Probably breaks a bunch of stuff. Oh, no, are we good? It worked. Okay, cool. So that's a little closer to the original G502. You know, it'd be funny if now that I did that, now the fillets that I wanted before will work, right? No, okay, all right. That's still not gonna work. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else I want to do to this before I send these parts off to print. Because I gave the allowances that I figured out I needed. For right now, I'm just using some very basic ABS-like resin. The final product is still going to be resin printed, and that's just because Let's see, where did I put it? So here's one of the pieces we printed. You can see that this scale that we're working at is teeny tiny. So I could use my FDM machine and print those, but I think it's going to be a much better quality if I just use the resin printer. I can get much tighter tolerances, and with these screw holes, I don't know if these are even going to show up on the camera, but I have 1.4 millimeter screw holes that I need to print, and that is something that's not going to do super hot on the FDM machine because it's just such a small radius. I could drill those individually, but that sounds like a chore, so I don't want to do that. So for now, I'm doing ABS resin. When I get the final model ready, we're going to use something a little more durable. But for doing our test prints right now, that should be plenty fine. It's cheap, and I can get a lot of it. Okay, I think there is one more thing I want to do. If we look at these pieces from the side, let's hide the PCBs because they're not helping us right now. So this is the two main pieces that I've designed so far, and they're really only held together by 2 screws. So it's not the best connection. It gets very unbalanced with all this weight in the back here. So I want to create something that ties them together. What I originally tried to do was I put a little notch or ledge on the bottom, and that was supposed to push against the PCB. But what I found is that it's pretty difficult to get that distance exactly right. So it was causing the PCB to like tilt up because it was just a little too tall. So I think rather than trying to put pressure on the PCB, I think it would be better to have some geometry in place that takes it out to the side. Or out here towards the back. And let's see. Well, I could also support it from the top too. Okay, scratch that. I'm gonna ignore it for now. I'm gonna let that be a problem that I solve later because I don't think it's actually a problem yet, and I think I might be creating more work for myself than I need to. Let's just get these parts printed, see how they work, and then we'll go on from there with this project. That means I'm going to put it on... Oh goodness, glad I kind of cleaned my room. I'm gonna, because some of the screens that I have to show here show my IP address, I'm gonna have to do this off camera. See, I'm getting a little better at protecting my own security. Okay, actually, I can show this part. Oh, shoot. Left the outro on. Okay, so this is ChiduBox, which is the slicer that I'm using for my resin printer. I hate this software. This is one of the worst things in existence. Orca Slicer, so much better. But ChiduBox, just... It should just change that C for an S, if you catch my drift. It is not good software. There's so many basic features that are locked by default, but there's not nearly as much the same competition for resin printing slicers, so you just kind of get stuck with crummy software. But it's pretty simple. I am not an expert when it comes to doing this kind of stuff. I really just use the default settings. Ooh, that's not going to be good. Come on. Come on, son. We can do better than that. And I mean, that'll work. But I think if I do something like that, I'll save a lot of print time. So here's the thing with resin printers versus FDM. With an FDM printer, you have a nozzle, right? And it moves around the build plate. And so the print time increases with the total volume of material that your print occupies. And so putting two pieces like this on the bed, it's going to make the print take longer. But with resin printers, it does the whole layer with one flash of the LCD. And so the limiting factor for speed is the height of your print. So you kind of have to think about it a little differently. With FDM, there's not really a whole lot that you can do to speed it up because it's all based on volume. But with resin printers, if you can get things closer to the bed so that they're not as tall, you can actually cut down your print time by a really big amount. The thing that you do have to worry about, though, these printers have their own kind of adhesion issues. Let's do the slicing. Let's get it to the point where it's sliced that I can show you what I'm talking about, because that'll make more sense. Let's get some supports thrown on here, and I just use auto supports. There are people out there who are much better than me that know how to change these that they look good. For me, this is good enough. But you know what? I think I do actually want to flip it out the other way, because I could easily sand the bottom of this. Sanding inside here is going to be a nightmare. So let's scratch that. Change my mind. Oh, crap. Ah. Let's flip you like something like that. Yeah. Yeah. Wait a minute. Okay. Now let's throw some supports on there. Ooh, looks terrible. Good. That's the best I can do. So then we slice this. All right, and there's going to be 1,698 layers to this. It'll be done in 2.5 hours, so we might actually get to play with these before the end of the stream, which is part of why I wanted to get these started. The major thing you have to think about that I've learned with resin printing is when you go layer to layer, you look at the total area that's being printed at any one time, and you don't want the rate of change of the area to be significant. So what that means is if I look at this frame and then I go one frame up. Oh, no, stop that. Okay, we'll do it here. So here we are on layer 446, right? If we were to take the total area of all this white area, add that up, when we go to layer 447, we want that total area to be fairly comparable. And the reason why is with these resin printers, you have a film that's being pushed and pulled against the bottom of the print. And if the area increases dramatically, what happens is these little islands won't be able to pull that off of the film, and it will cause a failure. And you're basically creating too much of a suction force for the printer to be able to handle and deal with. And so you want the area between any two of these frames to be pretty close, within a certain margin of error, right? Because like going from here, right? That's clearly a lot of area. That's also just the support structure. And what I found is, generally speaking, going from large area to small area, not that big a deal. Like, this is going to be probably okay. But going from small area to big area, that's where you have your issues. All right, so now I'm going to... Oh no, we're upside down again. Ah! Now I need to send it to my printer, so I need to hide this from you. It's not that I don't trust you, it's just I don't trust you. Now, if you're going to put something up on the internet, you need to be prepared for it to exist forever. And if I put my IP address, I don't want someone causing issues with my printer. I'm trying to be internet safe. Why? G2 box, why do you fight me so? Okay, I'm gonna save this because the software's being a little weird, so I need to do some more work to get this to do what I want. So for now I can show this. This is the other thing I hate about this. This is just saving the file. Why does this take so long? I love my resin printer. It enables me to do some things that I wouldn't be able to do otherwise, but golly. There's certain things about it that I didn't know about resin printers that going in, I would have said, man, that's dumb. All right. Back to upside down me. It'll make more sense why I'm upside down in a minute. Don't worry. Now let's open the software again. Let's open up G2 Manager. Let's send you a job. CTB file, yes. Okay, this is crazy. Give you a quick look. It's just giving me a black screen. I'm hoping that it's just that it's not rendering what it's supposed to be doing. So I'm gonna let that cook for a minute. Trying to think if there's anything I can do might fix this that doesn't screw up the stream. Because, you know, usually when something doesn't work, you just restart, right? But restarting would kill the stream, so can't really do that. Oh, I know what I need to do. I know what I must do, but I don't know if I have the strength to do it. It's 2025, and I'm gonna have to use a flash drive. Gosh, dang it. All right. Where do I have one? I do have this. Should be able to put it on micro SD. If I have my micro SD reader. Where did I put that the most recent time I cleaned this room? Don't you hate that? Like, you try to be responsible, you clean up your space, and then you can't find nothing. Found it. We good. Okay. Now then, let's pull this thing open. This was being used in a dash cam. So had a bunch of bad drivers stored on it. Not me, of course. I'm a great driver. But gotta get that off so that it doesn't cause any issues. Let's not do that, actually. I was gonna control X, but I just want to do control C because I might need to use this later. Control V. All right. Now, I shall return momentarily while I walk physically to the printer to put this in its hole. Just kidding. Doesn't have an SD card slot, but it does have this plugged into it. I just... I know, using legs forbidden. This is ridiculous. It's 2025, and I have to physically walk a piece of memory over to a machine? What kind of backwards world is this? You see, now I'm really glad I didn't just do Control X, because I would have to do this whole shenanigan again. Oh, okay. I should probably not delete these things. Let's keep those on there, I suppose. Copy this onto it. Okay. Now I'll be back. Oh man, guys, I almost didn't make it. That's so much work. Whew. I need a breather after that. Okay, now let's actually get to the thing that's in the title of the stream. So if this was what you're waiting for, Arrow, you didn't miss it. We have not done anything to this keyboard yet today. Come on. I want to put you on the screen here. Oh, upside down again. Now I need to talk about Streamception, right? Oh, I was twisting it the wrong way. That's why I wasn't locking. Okay. My drink out of the way. So this is the keyboard that I've been using. I'm gonna tilt this up a little bit so we're not just staring at my spare tire the whole time. But you know what? I've been going to the gym yesterday. Did a 2-hour workout with my buddy. Feeling pretty good. But this is the what's the model? Because I think I might have put that up wrong on the title. Okay, this is the K2HE wireless keyboard from Keychron, and what's cool about it is it uses Hall effect switches, which means just like these joysticks get their super accurate positioning based off of the change in a magnetic field, these switches do the same thing. So you can set them so that the smallest deflection causes a button press. So let me pull up the website that they have. Because I think I can get these to change color with activation, which might make it so that you guys can see what's going on. Connected with 2.4? Yeah. I'm connected. Unplug it for now. Let's see if that helps it know what's going on. I guess let's do that. Keyboard firmware. All right, let's try cable connection then. It is struggling to connect. Thank you, Keychron. You're helping me make super great content. Yes. Okay, let's try this. Let's take out the link. Do it just through the cable. Will you let me do it this way? This is what I'm dealing with right now. Okay, well, I was going to do a cool demo. Suppose not. I think I'll leave it on this screen for now because the next thing I want to test, it'll be helpful if you guys can see what's going on with the keyboard. So, okay. I'll do a demo this way. Using my handy dandy titanium tweezer, if I give the lightest touch to this, I should use a key that I can tell what's going on. Okay, see that? See how little that moved? I have it set to the minimum, so it's just over a millimeter gets these buttons activated. Which means that essentially you can get some faster activation, you know, like you can set up behaviors where, you know, if you're using your WASD keys, you can get very minimal action to activate the key. What you can also do is you can have it be a linear progression. So like maybe this is a little bit of reverse, but then a lot of reverse has you like running backwards, right? So you can get analog control out of your keyboard by using these Hall effect switches. What I'm worried about is with the mod that I plan to do, we got this wireless charger here, and what I'm worried about is, will the magnetic field created by this cause any issues? I've tried to do some research in preparation for this project, and I just can't find a lot of conclusive yes/no answers. I really don't know what's going to happen. This project might have been dead before I even got started. But if this works, I will be able to forever banish the power cable for my keyboard. Now, this has been done plenty of times with non-Hall effect switches, and so I know that in theory, you know, this should be able to charge it through the desk. Oh, yeah. So, this keyboard in particular, it uses Hall effect switches, all right? Those work the same way that they do in the joystick, and what they're checking is for a change in the magnetic field. A inductive wireless charger creates an electromagnetic field to couple with the charging coil in your device. So in every wireless charging device, you have a copper coil like this on the inside that conducts that current to the battery to recharge the battery. Hello, Hippo, how you doing? And so my concern, and what I don't know, is will the EM field created by this interact with the switches, basically making this mod useless? Because imagine that we turn this on, right? And then it just starts randomly typing letters. That's not going to be good. So first what we need to do is we need to check if we can run this and use the keyboard at the same time. So that test is pretty simple. We just plug it in. Do you do some work with with electronics? Do I happen to have an electrician in my chat? Because when we get to electronics, I'm kind of just shooting in the dark. Or you could add shielding on the backside of the charging pad. So it does come with a little bit. This little yellow bit here is a ferrite sheet that will go on the back of the charging coil. I just don't know if it's going to be enough. I tried to find a bigger ferrite sheet that I could just put all across the bottom of the keyboard, and it's like $40, and it comes from a really sketchy supplier, so I'm not sure it's even going to arrive. I have to get under the desk to plug this thing in. Don't worry, guys. I'm still here. Peekaboo. All right, so it's now plugged in, and in theory, it is on. Not getting any random inputs. Let's make sure that it is actually on. All right, so it is charging the phone. Okay, that part is working. You know that it is doing something. All right, cool. I think this is gonna work. So then, let's take this thing apart. Let's see. I need to clean up my workspace a little bit. So I'm going to put all the mouse parts in here for now. This is a certified electronics storage bin. Very expensive. Dropped a piece. Got it. I ordered a smaller one of these. This is a 500 milliamp hour battery. Got a much smaller one coming. And the whole idea with that was, hey, I'll put PowerPlay built into the new G502X mod that I do. And then I won't have to worry about ever charging it, and I can get away with a super tiny battery. And then Logitech discontinued the PowerPlay like the same week I started doing my mods. So thank you, Logitech. It's hard to feel like that's not personal with how well it lined up with my timeline. But it is what it is, I suppose. But Power Play 2 is coming out probably. I saw some rumors floating around about that as well. So I don't think that that idea is totally scrapped yet. There is still a way to save it. Alright. Let's get you guys looking over here. Oh. That's probably why I had it up more. Bit more lighting over there. Alright, thanks for popping in, Arrow. There are tons of mice with Hall effect sensors that charge. Yeah, but the thing is, like, if you know your device is going to use a wireless charger, you plan for that. In this case, I'm not doing something that they intended to be done to this, which is why I have that cause for concern. Okay, let's see. Get this framed a little better. That's much better. Okay, now I have almost the full pad. I just need my cables, my hookup wires, which should be in my bedroom toolbox back here. I will also need my various Allen keys. So bring those over. Use some 18 gauge silicone sheath wire. You guys a little bit more. Need to plug in my soldering iron. I'll do that in a minute. Okay, watch this. I'm gonna get exactly the right Allen key first try. Let's go. That's how it's done. Look at that. I've been told now there's nothing sexier than a guy who knows his wrenches. That comes off. Just dropped it. Where'd it go? This is why I'm not allowed to have nice things. It was on the last screw too. Come on. Okay, I'm not showing too much of my butt, am I? Can't be doing that on a non-members only stream. Oh, where did the Allen key go? Oh. We're good. We found it. Whew. Find myself always retracting my wings when I find my Scorpius. Really? No, man, you gotta... It's that X-Wing lifestyle. Gotta keep those wings out. Okay, so with those off, slide off the front plate and the back plate. And then what? Would Keychron put screws under here? I hope not. You don't want X-Wings and... You don't want the X-Wing in Quantum? I'm starting to feel like maybe you're not worthy of the X-Wing, Wills. I think you might not be understanding the whole point. Keychron K2 disassembly. Take out the side frames. Oh, dang it. Okay. There's 4 screws on the top. I've crashed and blown up due to the wings like 5 times already. It's part of the job, man. That's part of being an X-Wing pilot, is just getting good. Yeah, I do have a tool for that. Look at this. Keycap puller. So I need to remove, looks like, the enter key. Okay. And then 1, 2, 3 over. Probably one of these guys. Yep. Okay, I can almost see them. Okay, I've never had one of these keycap pullers before, but it's kind of cool. I am sold. Is that one? It's another one between B and N. Got one over by the control key. And one next to caps key. Oh, there's more. There's more. There's some more in this top row up here. There's also a little button down there. I wonder what that's for. It's not where you would usually be able to access it, so it makes me think that maybe there's probably a reason they don't want me accessing it. Go over one. You guys are keeping track which keys I've taken out, right? Because I'm not the best at typing, so I might not be able to get these back in the right spot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What? What? Where is he? Well, there's one. Why is it there? Okay, you can't actually kind of see them through the keys. So let's go this one. Frames, then you'll be able to take out PCB. Oh, I did miss one. See one there. Keychron. There's a lot more screws you didn't mention. So how is my keyboard already this dirty? Late. Oh. If there's no problem with the keyboard, it is not recommended to try this at home as it can risk injuries and keyboard damage caused by the disassembling. Disassembling the K2 will invalidate the returns and exchanges guarantee. Well, I guess if Keychron happens to be watching, they're gonna catch me. So there might be one around here that I'm missing. Take a random stab. Oh! Woo! You see that, guys? That is like a ESP for screws. Not the superpower anybody asks for, but it's the one I got. I really don't want to have to take off all the keys. I don't see why that would be necessary either. Okay. It wants to come out, guys. It is so close. It is so... There's just one more screw that we're missing somewhere. If I were a screw, where would I be? I would be right here. Nope. Totally not filling my pockets with multi-tools to stash at ruin stations. Since fine. Okay, so actually the multi-tools are actually really easy to find. At all of the major space stations, you just need to go to the cargo deck or the refinery. They're not sold in the stores, and you can get to those areas by going through the elevator. And you shouldn't feel bad. I only learned that recently myself. But yeah, you can buy those in Pyro. They have a disassembly guide for the K2HE. Maybe that's what I need. Because that would hopefully be more accurate. Maybe K2 Pro. Does that look like my layout? Does look like my layout. All right, there we go. There's another screw. All right, let's count them up. 1, 2, 3, 4 across the top. Got 4. 1, 2, and 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, let's go. It's out. Oh, shoot. I didn't want to do that. Where did you come from? I think it was probably okay, that seems like it lines up. Woo! So, this is the nicest keyboard I've ever owned. Feels kind of wrong to be doing this to it. But also that requires you to use an elevator more than necessary. I mean, aren't you gonna... Much easier to stash them at my main station, the 20 fold, and have it ready for a quick respawn over adding another 3 minutes to the hearing time. I mean, yeah, buy them in bulk, but I'm just saying you don't need to go make a extra special trip to get them. Like, they are available. Ooh, look at this. This is neat. This is the rubbery thing that kind of quiets everything. Kind of cool. Again, nicest keyboard I've ever owned. I'm about to do horrible things to it. I should probably get my multimeter, huh? Be right back. We're getting to a point where it's like do or die. Like, what I'm about to do becomes irreversible. That has me making a stress baby in my bowels right now. So, as far as I know, what we need to do is we need to figure out which of these leads here over by the USB are the power. And then all we really need to do is just splice into that with soldering iron, and then we're good. And so this shows that the two middle pins are, no wait, no. That says data. We need one of those V bus lines and ground. So that would mean that probably ground there and there, there and there, and then one of these inner ones will be power. You only need one of them to work. Oh, turns out I don't even need the magnifying glass. So like I said, we are definitely out of my depth when it comes to electronics. What is the symbol for continuity? be that one, right? And then to test that, okay, right? This is so small. Holy Hannah. Is that it? What? Doesn't seem to be working right. Let's try that one. And that's just giving me a resistance. I mean, it's gotta be this one. This is a new multimeter to me too, so I really made things difficult for myself. Oh, it should be that little antenna one. Okay, well that seems to be working a little better. Maybe it just need to reset? I don't know. Be easier to just go off the battery leads. I mean, they're definitely bigger. That's going to make them a lot easier to solder onto. Let's see. I'm gonna pull up my cheat sheet here. I got the idea rewatching one of Linus Tech Tips old videos, and now I feel like I've bitten off a little more than I can chew. Huh? We got past this part. Do I see VCC or VBus? I do not. It is possible they're on the other side. Come this far. I hate JST connectors. Whew. Managed to get it off without breaking off resistor. Happy days. Oh, happy days. Oh, happy days. Oh. We might be back in business. Here's our test pads. That definitely says VBus right there. think I have one of those. Well, they said use a cable you don't care about, right? Had this one for a while. Probably ready to retire. I've got plenty of other cables. Like we got 2 people watching on Twitch, 3 people watching on YouTube. Welcome. Did that cut? Okay, that's actually a good sound. Okay, I should move this magnet paper of screws for the Logitech over so I don't get them confused, because that would be bad. Okay. Now USB A pin out. Yeah, so the USB one, a lot simpler. It's just the outside pins are power. Really? Really? The first one I poke? Okay, now that's weird. Why is it responding to both of them? Oh, you know what? I think I was grounding out. I think I was touching extra metal bits. Put the condom back on this one so I can limit what I'm poking. Why is this one marked MAC? The markings don't make sense to me. It says VLED. The one that I would think is it, VBus, doesn't seem to be doing anything. I have this backwards. Is it actually the inverse? Is it possible that those were the... Okay, I don't think I have it backwards. That's data minus, which does match what I have. Who told you could turn off? And this should be data positive. Okay, and that does make sense. Ooh. Perhaps maybe VLED is to that one below it, and VBus is to the one above it. That would make it kind of make sense. Okay, what does MAC mean for a wiring diagram for a PCB? Mm. But I mean, there's no doubt about it. This is the pad I want. So I'm gonna mark them. You can kind of see it. I put some Sharpie on there. Okay. Now, red is positive, right? That's the other thing I can never remember. I can never keep the colors straight. And we are talking about wires here. Let's not get that confused. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Now let's stop delaying. Just gotta commit. It's not the end of the world if it doesn't work. Just means I'm out of keyboard. But the experience will last a lifetime. Right? That's what we're making here. We're making memories. Gotta be oh so gentle with these things. Ah! Boy, isn't that pretty though? Just a raw copper coil like that. So neat. Talk about the smallest leads you ever did see. All right, I got one more thing I need to go grab, and then we're gonna do this. Got myself some replacement tips for my soldering iron. And these are so small, I think I want slightly smaller tips so I don't screw this up. the heck? Why won't you go in there? Oh, there's a screw on either side. That's probably why I felt like I was breaking it when I pulled it out, because I might have been. Gonna work. It's gonna work. It's gonna be fine. Not gonna break nothing. It's all gonna be okay. Gotta get on the floor again. Plug this in. Whew. This is some tip tinner, from what I understand. You just like stab it and it helps tin your tip easier. How do I tell if it's working? Don't run away. Oh, there we go. Okay, that does look good. Cool. Cool. Okay. Here goes, folks. Smear some flux on there. Left the multimeter on. Oops. Why are you going down? Maybe that's all my issue was. It went back down again. Okay, there we go. I got a little pad there. Whew. Oh boy. Oh shoot, undid it. Not good enough. Okay, that should be good. That's our red wire done. So close. I think we just got it. I think we just got it. Those are on there. I totally did not test this. Well, here's hoping the charging coil actually works. I definitely should have tested that before putting it in here. That's what a smart person would have done. Those are in short supply on this channel. Okay, is that lined up? Where'd that light go? I need that light. Yes, that looks good. Okay. Put that in right. JST connectors, you're always going to feel like you're breaking something, but that's how it's supposed to feel. And for now, before we totally reassemble this thing, let's try and make sure that it does in fact still work. Except We need the ribbon cable for that. Where did that go? Oh, it's up here. You guys weren't gonna tell me? That is rude. Many delicate pieces. So many ways to screw it up. Oh boy. Okay. Well, that's why we have tweezers. This guy is not wanting to go back. I want to go back home. It's a slot made just for you. Come on. Well, I'm making this harder than it needs to be. This doesn't need to be screwed down for me to plug that in. Take these screws back out. Oh, y'all can't even see what I'm talking about. Talking about this connector here. It sucks. I don't like it. It's not being very polite. So now I gotta unscrew this thing again. And you know what? Come to think of it, it doesn't even need to be. Oh, have I been typing? Has that been working? Okay, that's all right. Let's go back to the main screen here. Pull OBS back home. All right, it does still work as a keyboard. Small miracles. Now, can we charge it? No. Wait a second. Hit that button. Oh, I might have been holding it upside down. I was holding it upside down. Might have been it. Might be too thick. And you guys can't see it anyways. Still work with the phone at this distance. Yes, it does. Okay. Oh! Ooh! Oh, shoot. Can you not see this? Right where my fingers are at. Little red LED came on. It's working. Oh my gosh, I think we did it, boys. Let's go. Okay, and if I take it away, turns off. Put it back. Starts charging again. Oh my gosh. I think we got it. It takes a second. Oh my gosh, but it does work. It works. Wireless keyboard that's actually wireless. Okay. Oh, I just dropped my ferrite sheet. I need that. It works. So now let's actually put this thing together. Okay. I need some electrical tape just to hold everything down. Okay, and this guy is a ferrite sheet. And it acts as a kind of a reflector for the field that we're generating in. So it concentrates it with the coil and helps it be a little more efficient. That's what I've been, at least that's what I found from my research. Let's just prop that up like that for now. Connect the battery. I want to get it as far to the side as I can manage. Okay. A little rough with that. Because that will make it easier for me to know that it's connected. Ugh, this electrical tape tastes terrible. And I should have insulated this before I moved it under there. Stressing these wires out so much. I'm sorry. You know the old saying, the proof is in the pudding? Yeah, this is cracking a little bit from just a little bit of handling I've done. That's how you know it's not just electrical tape. It is ferrite sheet. The stuff is very brittle from everything I've read. So let's make sure we tape that down so it don't go nowhere. Okay, and then it was... Oh, let's make sure we plug the battery back in. Now I can't remember the layers. Was it this first? I mean, that would make sense because this has the little plus shapes. And then this guy. Come on. Come on. I know you want to. Okay. All right, yeah, I got this in the right order. We're good. I know it's the right order because it has these indexing things. Okay. Then we have our layer of foam. You know what? I think it's because it's not sitting right. I think I did have them backwards. How long were you guys gonna let me go before telling me, huh? All three of you watching. Just kidding. We're not that kind of channel. We're not Dark Side Phil. We don't blame our audience for our own shortcomings. And then we put black layer on. Now everything get nice and well seated. Oh my gosh. Could this be the world's first ever truly wireless Keychron? Could be. Could be, ladies and gentlemen. We might be watching history in the making. Okay. Just a couple more screws. Let's see what we got going on in chat. Can't read that. Too small. Oh, kill him, Wills. There's a bot in the chat. Get rid of him. I got excited for a second, and it's just a robot. And caps goes up here. Now we get into the memory part of the game. Such as, does anyone remember what happened to the spacebar? Oh, it was right there. F10, that's an easy one. FN. Oh, see, I almost screwed up. I think that cut goes down here. Light button, which is actually my hotkey for record now, by the way. Quite proud of that. Setting up a macro for something that's actually useful for me. And an M go together. O. P, or F5. Here's P. This is P. The best key, P. And last one. Truly wireless keyboard. It freaking works, guys. Let's go. Yes. Yes. It works. Okay, I think this is the adhesive I'm supposed to peel off. And that tab that was supposed to help me pull it off just broke. Oh no, it's just a peel, just a really poorly made peel. It broke. All right, let's actually read the manual for this thing. I only want to do this once, and I want to do it right. Okay. Oh my gosh, it comes with the charge indicator? That's kind of neat. Wow. There we go. I can just get it into frame. So you can move this around on this, and it helps you get everything lined up. So you kind of play. Well, oh, there. I had it for just a second. Yeah, woo! Kind of neat. Okay. Put the charger into the bracket. Mount the bracket under table. Plug in and check if the green light is on. This one doesn't have a green light on it. And it didn't come with a bracket either. Place the alignment assistant on the table and move towards to the top of the charger and continuously adjust the position until the light board is fully lit. Then paste the adhesive tape on back on the table to fix the card. Remove the assistant. Okay. Tear off the circular insulation prompt area in the center of the cardboard along the dotted line and stick. Okay, what the heck is this thing? What is this thing? Adhesive metal ring. Ooh, okay. All right. I got it now. You take this and this has the adhesive and then it magnets on like that. So this is somewhat removable. All right, Wills, thanks for hanging out. Oh, here's the actual instructions that came with it. Please ensure the table surface is not made of metal and is thinner than 30 millimeters. Mount the adhesive metal ring, rip off the protective layer of 3M tape and mount the adhesive metal ring in your favorite position under the table. Favorite position, you see. Attach the charger to the adhesive metal ring, plug in and check if the wireless charger is on. Fold the alignment assistant. So really what it comes down to is I just need to make sure that when this is in the default typing position that it's receiving power. So I don't actually need all that extra stuff. Just need to clean up my workspace again. When I am in the middle of a game, suck in the gut, people can see it. With the, okay, yeah. I want it right there. Way I know it's that distance is because the mouse pad doesn't move. I like where that's at. I want one phone width distance from the mouse pad. Gosh, it's so nice. It's charging. Looks like we might have 4 people watching on YouTube. Thanks for coming in. You're here to witness my moment of triumph. This keyboard is now truly wireless. Oh, what a beautiful thing. So now I just need to peel this adhesive tape off and stick it on there. Okay, maybe I do want this little guy, actually. Should be... You back. Okay. Pushing up on it. Hold in place for a little bit. Make sure everything's adjusted the way I like it. Let's go. This keyboard, ladies and gentlemen, has just stepped up a whole technology tier. Check this out. This on the second screen. Sorry, I'm blinding you with Notepad. It works. Oh my gosh. Woo! It works. I am so stoked. This is so cool. Guys, I never have to plug this thing in again. It will always be a full battery. I can feel a little bit of heat from the charger down here. But it freaking works, guys. Yes. Woo. Oh, this is so good. This is so good. That close to the right angle, kind of. It's a little short. If you give the camera just a little bit of a positive angle, then it doesn't show off your chin as much. And now, let's get you. That wasn't how. Do I have this backwards? I swear you guys weren't this close to me before. But you know what? I'm gonna roll with it. Because this is the face of a guy who has an actually wireless keyboard. I'm so freaking pumped. This is so cool. It's charging. Oh, it's full. The green light, it's on. Shoot, it turned off before I could show you. Actually, so cool. This is awesome. Now, I just need to do the same thing to this freak. But that will be a stream for another day. Let's play a game. I got endless. I have unlimited power. I can play forever. Nothing can stop me. Nothing can touch me. I'm already up. And you guys have no idea. I've been sweating about this project for so long, thinking about all the ways that it could go wrong, and it works. I didn't break anything. My keyboard's still nice. In fact, it's better than nice. It's the best keyboard you can get. Wireless charging, Hall effect switches, all of it works together. Oh my gosh. Got myself some chicken guacamole. I've earned these. Probably should have eaten this a little earlier because it is fresh guac and it is now a weird color. I have to tell someone. See, take a picture of the bottom of the desk. side of the keyboard. I, I'm still just so pumped. It is so cool that this works. Chips of victory right here. I am riding high right now. This is it. It works. How many times have I said that in the past 30 minutes? What do you think? Is it going to load? Is this how the stream comes crashing down? It's still doing stuff. It might load. On game. You can do it. Still waiting. Why is it saying all this arena commander stuff? Imagine I hit close window the exact moment that it... Guys, I was so close to hitting it. Oh, I almost hit close window, and then it loads right then. Just that 1 second more patience. That's all it took. That's all it took. Okay, I did just knock off the wireless charger with my knee. That magnet is not the strongest thing in the world holding it in place. But that is not a big deal. We can always just add more adhesive to something. When you need something to move, you can always add lube. But if you need it to stay, throw some adhesive its way. Let's see. What does my rep look like with CFP now? Ally. And the funny part is this is the this is the account that I was doing the missions for headhunters for the event. But I'm still hostile with headhunters, and I'm in the good graces of CFP. Oh, let's just do this one. No, let's not do cats. Except for the first part. Oh, and then I spelled it wrong. I spelled it wrong when I was bragging. This way. And you know what? We're getting pretty close that I should be able to buy myself a new ship soon. Got 3 million. Okay, that one's not working. I did see this one work. Ooh. That was a leap of faith. Just gotta go through the door sometimes. Okay. All right, I'm pretty well kitted out. Sweet. There we go. Now it's all full mags. A little wasteful, but I don't care. Oh, wait a minute. Shoot. I have a skin for this thing. I need to put it back down. I need to put the skin on it. Wonder if I can... Go back down! Go back down! Because this is my home base, so I should have it here. Yes, I think it should be here. Maybe not? No, shoot. Ah, dang it. I'm not at the right place. Where? How do I check my home location then? Now I feel kind of dumb. It would be kind of cool if it just let me change it anyways. Okay, alright, well, can't use the skin. Just gotta pull it back out. Man, I shared my triumph in the family group chat and nobody responded. Kind of sucks. Makes me feel really loved. No, don't do this to me, game. No! The joystick is not responding. Okay, I guess I only want to do like one mission anyways. I can get by with I can get by with one joystick and a mouse. At least it's the correct stick that turned off so that I could do this somewhat easily. Ooh. Is that us? Do we get to get out now? Nope, not us. Someone else. Whoa! What the heck is that? That was like a whole Connie. Oh, shoot. Rotate just a little bit. This is not going to be easy. Why did you have to do this to me? I think I've got too many USB things plugged in. And so it starts to cause me issues. How funny would it be if they just randomly started throwing in like that Frozen 2 theme song where she's like, ah. I think it'd be pretty funny. I don't know what y'all guys are talking about. Whew. See, I can do this without my sticks. This is easy. It's only been literal years since I played with a mouse for flight. Now let's just hope that there is no bad guys. And keep in mind, I can't rotate without taking my hand off the throttle. Really got myself into kind of a pickle here. I forgot to do my checklist. Make sure both sticks are on before I load the game. And for whatever reason, Star Citizen will not recognize if you try and plug it in after the fact. You have to get it beforehand. Okay. It says they're over here. But I think that's... Oh, wait. No, there isn't. I see some spires, which means that the entrance is probably over here. Is it? No. I'm pretty sure the entrance was over here. This looked more right to me. Well, no, that's definitely not an entrance either. Okay. Oh, there it is. Gosh, I feel like I'm flying for the first time. How far away am I? 1.1K. How far am I away from... Are those not going to shoot at me? Gonna do a flyby. All right. Whew, I'm awake now. Easy, easy. Now we're nestled in the blind spot. We're good. Totally flew past that. I definitely could have gotten that nestled in a little better, couldn't I? Too late to fix it now. As long as it's not drifting, though. Oh, hold on. What are you? Literally just a container. What is in you? Let's go. Someone just lost their kit here. And now it's mine. Okay. Nah, you know what? We'll just leave it there. Okay, guys, help me remember that this is here. Because I gotta clear out space so that I can go looting in here. You know what? Here's what I'll do. You are coming with me. Now, I will get all the space garbage. And I'll just put that right in my way so that I for sure can't forget it. And these are always the same. There's always some guys over here if they spawn. Hello, easy mission. Purple box. Just a little bit. I can't see. Okay, this is one that people miss a lot. Sometimes there's stuff over here. Usually not. I've seen orange boxes before, but I haven't seen purple before. Please be something good. Should have my rifle out just in case. There's always one of these here. Ooh, yeah. All right. Eight scorched compensators. Holy jackpot. That is awesome. I would not even blame anyone for accusing me of like streamer luck right now. This is whew, sheesh. Insanely good drop. Yes, please go up. Okay, why? What's wrong with this ladder, friend? Whew, okay, that had me panicked. My guy wasn't going up the ladder. More easy loot, thank you. Ooh, 3 mags of GP. Those are valuable. I think those sell for like 600 a piece. So not bad at all. Grenades have nice resale value too. I'm picking up all the guns because I'm gonna sell them. You can tell I've done a number of these missions, right? Got the route memorized. In there. Okay, let's go. This mission is really easy when there's no enemies. Also, pretty boring. I'm gonna put my stuff in the box. Move all. Oh my gosh, that is. Whew. Woo-hoo. Oh, that's right. It's over here. Watch all the enemies be here in the hangar. Actually, that would kind of make sense, wouldn't it? I've just never had any of the missions work like that yet. Every time I've gone to the hangar, there's been nobody here. And that looks to be the case this time too. Yeah, I'm not seeing anybody. We vault that. Rude. Won't let me really vault anything. What's the deal, CIG? All right, well, easy money. Talk about incredible haul for very little work. And my ship even survived. Happy days, man. Happy days. Why are you not doing the thing? Do the thing! Oh well. Because you want to be like right side up? Nope. Doesn't want to do the thing. That's right. That stick doesn't work. Whew. Doesn't want to play ball with me. Will you let me go to Bloom? Come on. Gonna get blown up trying to set course. That's how this is gonna go. Okay, well, let's set. Guys are a little late. Just give it a little bit of pip wiggle. All right. That was making me a little nervous. I heard that contact, and I have no proper way of defending myself. I'm like, I'm up a creek without a paddle right now in the flight department. Okay. Is that obituary over there? It is. So let's hop over here. It's probably easier to go full mouse and keyboard at this point. Look at those light artifacts. What are those? Okay. What is that? Is that a Zeus? No, that looks like a 400i, huh? Hanger, please. Same one that guy came out of. I wonder if there's only one working hanger. That'd be kind of funny, wouldn't it? All right, we made it. No crashing. That moved around a little bit. I don't like that. Now let's see if you'll snap to this grid. Oh, yeah, you like that grid. You just don't like my grid? What? Oh, gotta send it down. Otherwise, I can't access it. Didn't I pick up some? No, I didn't. That's right. Everything that I got before I went to the hangar. It did work. I was losing faith, but oh, there's a ship dealer here at Obituary. I was wondering where you could go to buy ships in Pyro. I mean, there has to be somewhere, right? Is it self-aggrandizing? Yes. There's one person in here, at least, that appreciates my genius. Oh man, please don't bug out. There's so much cool stuff in that. All right. Inventory's bugged. Super cool. Well, good thing that this was going to be the jumping off point anyways. But thanks for hanging out, guys. I think at this point the mouse body that we were printing is probably done. So off stream, I am going to go check on that. Get the next iteration of design for that going. And hopefully do some testing too. Today, we actually got a lot done. We made a lot of progress on the G502X Plus mod that we're working on. And we made an actually wireless keyboard, which is really freaking sick. So I'm pretty stoked with how tonight has turned out. If you liked what you saw and you want to see more of it, make sure that you... There we go. Like and subscribe. Share with all your friends so that you can keep up to date with all my content. And there we go. Channel members get special benefits. You get a shout out for Orbital Bombardier and Up in each and every video and stream that I do. Thank you, John Best and the Prime, for supporting at Orbital Bombardier and Up. There is also some other features that I'm working on. I'm trying to make it better as I go. Let me know what you guys think. What are some good perks for channel memberships that you would like to see here on Odd Job Entertainment? I'm always open to suggestions for improvement. This is a learning experience after all. But until next time, this is Odd Job Entertainment signing off.